Yes, I am ready to start the stream. Hopefully, let's see what time. Yes, I was like on time of when I said that I would start the stream. Hello, everybody. It has been too long since my last stream, but we are here now. Yeah. So I am now like very aware of Horizon Worlds and how creation in Horizon Worlds feels. And let me tell you, um, they have a lot of work before they are the metaverse that everybody uses. Um, like a lot of work to do. I don't know, maybe they'll get there. But yeah, back to working on our own. And now that we have done research on the other available offerings and found them not competition yet. Then again, I'm not competition either at the moment because I don't have anything usable yet. So let's fix that. And let's fix that by figuring out what is there to actually do. Yeah, that's right. I have Notion. I have project planning. So let's project plan. So I remember I was working on the compiler pipeline, and I just got operators working, or at least, well, we got AST generation working. And what I have left to do is implement a fair number of operators. Yeah, like we need to re-implement bit shift operators and those type of operators. And then after that, we need to finish with getting traits working. So if I go over, and I'll leave that window open because that's kind of like, I'm thinking about, well, no, I know that I'm adding in affine types. I was like, do I do a borrow checker and like lifetimes and all of that stuff? But then like I was talking to one of my friends and they're like, oh, you don't need to put lifetimes in, you can just use affine types. And like lifetimes are an abstraction on like returning references that escape out of scopes and making sure that like you define that really well. But like I still do need to decide like, okay, how do I return references from functions? And I think I have an idea of how that could work. But yeah, hello Twitch chat. But yeah. So you have automatic type resolution, control flow. What do I have in progress here? L value versus R value compiler better. Yep, that was the original one. Manage desugaring, so we need to, yeah, convert this is AST to HIR or MIR lowering. Do I call it HIR? I do call it HIR. So we're going to manage desugaring. And part of what I need to do is, okay, here, affine type checking. We'll add this in so I can get it out of my brain. And this is going to go like somewhere down here. But what specific things do I need to do? Finish implementing operators. That's kind of like a thing. Module linking. Let's do a path resolution pass. This is one of the things we need to do after we get operators working. And we also need to implement AST to HIR lowering. Been lost in that nuclear bunker looking room since last stream. Been on vacation or just busy with day jobs. So this is the coder dungeon that I was locked in. Give me half a second to remember what I was doing. There we go. I can actually show you what I was working on since last stream. We did an entry into the Meta Horizon Worlds mobile game jam. So they're completely ditching VR and going full on mobile, but it is still technically a VR platform. And my team is like, it's like me, Thrill, and Fia, right? And it was just a really good opportunity to look into what is using Horizon Worlds actually like, with the potential of a with a prize, which I'm still like, I think we'll at least get like most technically impressive, which is like a 15k prize. Horizon Worlds. Let me pull up the world real fast. There. Okay. So one thing that's like super weird about Horizon Worlds on any platform other than VR is it's all streamed from a platform. Yeah, I saw that you can't delete Horizon anymore. They are very much like, you have no excuse not to play Horizon. It's already installed on your headset. You just can open it up in a browser. You don't have to download it. Like, oh, it's so easy to use it. But the thing is, it needs to be usable first. Like, I can't tell you, like, we had a bug while we were working on this world where we were trying to get people in to playtest it. And one of them tried to join us in a world, but it loaded up a desktop, a browser version of the editor, and that person didn't have edit permissions for the world, but they were able to edit our world. Like, there are so many broken things with this platform. And you're constantly finding bugs. Like, every 30 seconds, you find a new bug in that editor. There's a constant attrition. But we did get something cool working, and like, if we just had 12 more hours, that's our internal meme. If we just had 12 more hours, 12 more days, 12 more units of time, we'd have made it so much better. But yeah, this is our world. So we have cool, take your choice of indie game environment with the cube. And then this is like, you don't know how hard it was to pull in those dragons, but those dragons were like, I had already done the work to pull them in. That is a skinned mesh in a platform that, an animated skinned mesh in a platform that doesn't have support for custom skinned meshes. Like, their default NPCs do have skin meshes, but they don't allow you to import your own skin meshes and animations. So what I did is I wrote a Unity utility that can split up a skinned mesh by which bone has the most influence over each triangle, split those all out into individual meshes, and then export an FBX of all that, so I can then import it into the platform. Now, after I have imported it into the platform, I need to either reconstruct the hierarchy, which is an absolute pain, or create a utility to encode reconstruct their hierarchy. You can't even reparent objects through the API, so I'm just like manually figuring out the positions of things and stuff. And then for the actual animations, I wrote a custom animator entirely inside of Horizons, and then wrote another utility to export Unity animations into like a giant JSON blob, and then throw that JSON blob into a TypeScript file. So I can just drag that into the Horizon Worlds scripts folder and then statically reference which animation I want to play into my animation system. But yeah, and those dragons are just something that I like pulled in last minute because they look cool in the sky. They do kind of tank the animation system though, and I didn't have time to actually make them a cold, like actually cold, when you enter the maze, which is the other cool thing we did. So here you can walk in. We didn't like, all of this was kind of built in the last couple hours. Like, we didn't have our assets until around the last day, But yeah, so these are like our little... They're going to be a lot cooler. But these are like our gauntlets. And looks like we lost the loading bar. There used to be a loading bar. I think when Thrill was putting this together, he had a good bit of inspiration from like... He was like listening to the Grist soundtrack. And looking at that art style a fair amount. I think it looks a little bit like Risk of Rain 2. But that's me being Risk of Rain 2 rained. But yeah, and then this is a fully procedural dungeon. And like, Thrill's super cooked with like the models. Cooked a little bit too hard for the time frame. But somewhere, if we're unlucky enough, we will run into our NPCs. Oh, there's one. So this is like our little wraith mob, and it has like, this thing is fully animated, you can see. So he's like attacking us with animations and stuff, and it is very hard to fight these things on mobile. Get away from me! Stop chasing me! Yeah. No, not another one, go away! I want my rock golem. Show me my rock golem. And then these blue orbs are for like a, you know, like a mystery, Pokemon mystery dungeon style, like PP ability. Like the amount of times you can cast an ability, but we didn't ever fully finish implementing that, so the blue orbs are kind of just there, and the UI bar is just hidden. There used to be a UI bar underneath, like, the health bar, but like with 30 minutes to go, I was like, hey, I'm just gonna rip this out because we haven't implemented this. Definitely giving some console game kind of feel. Always been more into PC games, but would watch my brother play consoles ones we had. Yeah. Oh, we have 2 Rockmen. And these ones are super fun because like if they hit you, they there's like a huge shockwave. Our lobby stopped working at last minute. Ah, terrible. When we uploaded this, we actually had a bug where the second person to go in would jump immediately to the end of the map. You know, they have a month-long judging period. I don't think they'll be too mad if we like make if we do a quick bug fix 1 minute after the deadline. I think that will be fine. But yeah. Ah, away from me. We're having a lot of stuff. Yeah, the strat is literally trigger dungeon gen, and then I think they port our games out, so even if we add changes, they won't see it. They had a thing in the dev post explicitly saying, like, do not update your game. Otherwise you may be disqualified. They're like very vague with like the may be disqualified. So I don't think that they actually have a way to pause the submission of a game, and in the dev post you can like update the link after the fact too. So yeah, I'm not sure. I think if you do changes it does show up, but it like come on Brane, work with me here. If you have changes they will show up, but it might disqualify your world, I guess. And let me actually lock in and find the exit here. So I'm just gonna follow the left wall, which is the maze. See, if I'm actually like trying to speedrun the maze, I can, but I wasn't locked in, so now I have no clue where I am. Well, I'm definitely in a new part of the maze. Man, I got lucky. A lot of mobs spawned. Is that the world music? This is my own music playing in the background. Was the project started in Rust? There's no option to script in Horizons in Rust. This isn't what we're working on for the stream. I'm just showing off what I was doing past stream. This is a game jam entry. So eventually we'll get to the actual Rust code, but currently we are false advertising the stream because I got caught off track. Yeah, squirrel moment. This is what I have been working on. What game you playing? This is my team's entry into the current Horizon Worlds game jam. Woo, there's the exit. So yeah, at the end here, we just have like a little, you win, but we weren't able to finish it. But the intention was after you finish each dungeon, this door closes. Imagine there being like a good environment here. The dungeon despawns, and then there'd be a stairway up to the next level of the dungeon, and there'd be like 6 of them. So we even have like the game manager. We just weren't able to get the VR assets in for this. So this is your prize for winning. And I think there should be one quest that completes for like finish the dungeon basically. But yeah, that is our Horizon Worlds game jam entry. If you want to try it out, it's Infinity Quest, which I guess I can just drop a link to. How close is the deadline of the game jam? Day before yesterday. So that is the state that it got entered in. So I'll just drop that link in there. I should probably do an announcement in the Discord that's like, yes, I want to play the game your team made as well. I'll do that after stream though. Okay, back to what was I doing before I got sucked into cringe? That is Horizon Worlds. You don't know how, like, I wish we had the time, like one extra day worth of time to finish that. Because it would have been a lot more complete of a game. But like, just even like NPC animations took like multiple days of work to get those working, and then each time I imported a mob, it took like a solid hour at most, or 45 minutes at least, sometimes more to get those in. Even the word Horizons now gives me traumatic flashbacks. Yeah, it's going to be like a sleeper agent, like wake phase, where I'm just like, who said Horizons? Why did you say that name? Why did you say that name? I don't want to have to deal with Horizons anymore. Please. Well, I'm free now. Unless they really like the game, and then they're like, hey, let's fund you to fully finish it. Because, like, to be honest, I would like to finish the game. I, like, dislike the platform Horizon Worlds, but I like the game I built on top of it. So if they're like, hey, here's a studio budget, go finish this, like, I'm not opposed to doing that. Because I don't think our one game will save the platform. So it's not, there's no like, oh, I don't want meta to take over the VR space, but I don't think, but here I am like making a good experience on their platform that will make them take over the VR space. I don't think that, yeah. Unless they start porting us straight into Horizon as soon as they start headsets. I think that's the intention though, because if you go to like the Quest home, that's like the Horizon skyscrapers in the background there, unless you change your home environment, which they keep changing my home environment off of the spaceship into that like towers, And it's like such an attrition of like, okay, maybe like I just leave it here instead of the cool space station because they keep changing it. Would be nice if that goldfish trophy worked like certain VR Steam inventory items can get, where an actual prop model can be placed in the Steam VR home. That would be cool. If Horizons let you like, if it just worked exactly the same, where you could put stuff in Horizon home environment. Imagine if it was like Oculus Home. Remember Oculus Home? And how there was like an actual home environment you could walk around, and it had like the bow mini game and the gun mini game, and it like had heart and soul put into it. Why don't they just bring that back, rebrand it, and like not break it and make it suck along the way? That would be pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna finish putting in operators. So I'm going to real quickly rust operators expressions, because they have this nice little operator table. Somewhere in here they have, maybe it's not this one. But they have a list with the actual like precedence of those operators. So there's operator, there's this and this. So that's all of them. Where's the one I'm looking for? Somewhere in here, or I might have, I think in my code I have like comments where I want to put them. Maybe it's just expressions. There we go. This is the table I'm looking for, because this actually like shows you so first paths, then method calls, fields, expressions, function calls, the folding result operator, or I don't know what this is called, but this is like the maybe it's called short circuit operator. I don't know. I might actually, I definitely want to eventually have this to where like you can auto return functions if results are correct. But yes, so let's figure out where did I, oh, this would be in, not tree, this would be in parser RS, which is where we are now. And somewhere in here we need to find, there's our operators, at least our mathematical operators. And unary, cool. So I have operators. There's my addition operators, which means we're here, and I need to now add in bit shift operators. Which is a choice between, I think companies just have very low attention span nowadays. Google shutting down Stadia, Meta shutting down Oculus, Microsoft shutting down Windows Mixed Reality, also had a virtual desktop over. I remember Windows Mixed Reality. My first 6DoF headset that wasn't a Google Cardboard was a Windows Mixed Reality headset, and it was a really good headset, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, the Brane, work with me here. The controller tracking was terrible, unless it was like directly in front of your face. The instant it left your field of view, it would like lose tracking for like 2 seconds, even if you immediately bring it back into the field of view. And like, I had to play through budget cuts by luring robots to doors because I couldn't throw objects. But aside from that, the actual like headset itself and optics were like really good. I had the Dell headset in particular. Let's see, I need punctuation 2. And have I actually streamed myself working on this part of the compiler yet? Or the parser? And like showing off all the weird stuff I'm doing with like parsing and whatnot. But yeah. This is parsing a token tree instead of raw tokens. And it's turning this into 2 conjoined tokens that it's trying to match. Cannot satisfy borrowed input. I'll just ignore that for now. 2 bin op kind bit. We'll do shift. That's a left shift, right? And then after this, we do let shift is what we'll call this, is the result of sum. Then we want to fold left with. Then on one side we will have a operator, or actually, does this need to be an expression on this side? Like, can this fold left itself? Actually, I think that's what fold left does. I remember having trouble figuring out how this works and then just copying the pattern, so I think this is just some clone here. Then here's how we do the actual folding of things. And I'm like remembering how this system works on the fly, because this was like a 3-day all-nighter stroke of brilliance. Have no clue how this works now. Okay. Yeah, this should just work once we get it in somewhere, I guess. Why is this complaining? Type annotations needed. Oh, it's just because it's not connected up to the rest of the thing, so it's not part of the chain yet. There we go. Now it's happy, because it can infer types now. And then inside of here, we need to create a new... I just realized I haven't had any way to... I haven't actually verified that the AST is generating correctly, right? Yet. So that gives us our bit shift operators. So then that would be a borrow operator. Wait a second. Oh no, that's a bitwise and. Oh. And or piping operator. So we'll just say let and is shift dot clone hold left with wait a second, where do I put opts? Right, it's ops. Then I knew I was missing something. Oh hey Shadow, how goes it? Iterator parser. Then, oh, right. That's the fold left portion of this. Expected tuple. Found a bin op kind. Doesn't this want exactly what I'm giving it though? Like these look exactly the same to me. Binary operator. Bin op kind, bin op kind. Binary, bin op. It's a span and then a bin op kind. Oh, wait a second. Am I doing operators differently? No. Oh, I have this little map width on the end of the operator choice that I was missing. That adds in the span information. There we go. Yeah, so instead of doing all that again, we're just going to copy this. This is going to be the and bit and. This is going to be a shift. This is going to be a punctuation. And then shift. Repeated, and then operator. This is gonna have to be 2 a bin op find bit and. That we also throw the map width into. Let me just make sure it's shift both times. Yep. Then we'll also add in bit or is that bit not? Vim? Oh no. Okay. No, not bit shift. No. Bit and I'm dumb. Bit XOR. It is the XOR. We'll just call it what it is. Okay, it's bit. Then the bit or. Okay, it is bit or. My LSP just isn't working. Then we need comparisons. Which I don't have defined yet in like our actual runtime. I actually have to do like, well, I guess if I don't implement short circuiting right away, I don't have to, but for some of these short circuit operators may need control flow in the future. Okay, so we have the which is going to be the punctuation to of equals to binary. And I've been doing a fair bit of research on like other coding languages, because after I found out that like what I'm trying to do here with the pipeline systems is very similar to the actor model. It's not the same as the actor model for sure, because I still want to have like regular function calls, and it's not explicitly like actors in the sense that actors understand of like, here's this entity, this like blob of running code, and it accepts messages from other blobs of running code, and the only way they can interact is through messages. I do have something similar with like events, and maybe on the module level it's on the module level you get like an actor model, but on the like the pipeline level of like everything is, it's like a coroutine but async and with better control for the programmer. That part is very much not the actor model. It's like, here, let me just give you the coding that you're used to, but with a better way of understanding the async paradigm. But, oh yeah, right, as I was saying, this has me looking at a bunch of different coding languages, and the weird syntaxes they got going on, and all the different, like, different ways they have of solving different problems, and it's all super interesting. Like, why shouldn't I just have assignments be let A and then use this operator, whatever you call this operator? Why don't I just do this? You never confuse equality with assignment. Like, that's a good argument. And then I realized, oh, it's always like let equals, or maybe, was it the assignments always return void or something like that? I can't remember. I can't remember if Rust had a solution to the problem of like the syntax for assignments and equality being mixed up. Aside from just not having assignments return anything. What theme are you using for this? I'm not sure off the top of my head. It's if I go to GitHub. What's my Vim config? That's what I call it, but I guess that's not what I call a repository. There it is. Yeah, so this is the config that I use for it. So if we go here, somewhere in here, I have the actual theme that I'm using. Yeah, sorry, I realized you asked that a while ago, but I didn't respond. But yeah, other languages have me like semi-considering this format. The problem is, like, every time I try to type it, I misclick. Now I'm like forgetting where the equals key is. Because like if I just go for a straight equals, I have the muscle memory for that. But like apparently having my, I mean, I could get down the muscle memory for that, but it's just kind of weird. I don't know how much weirdness I want to put into a language that I'm like begging people to use. Well, not begging, but like it's an ask to get people to use it. And it's like, I will have a fine type checking, but without lifetimes. So there's like stuff like that where you can bring in the good bits of other languages. Like it will feel a lot like writing Rust, but without explicit lifetime management. Which I actually find is a very ergonomic way to write code because, hey, this will cause problems if, you know, you mutate a list while iterating over the list. It will solve for those cases. Okay, we have comparisons implemented with that, I believe. And next we have logical and. Okay, it is just and. Then we have a logic or. Straight up rusting it, you know it. Oh no, there's more. Okay, do I want to do this syntactic sugar? Is that something I want to deal with right now? Not really. And by it, I mean my engine. Yup. That wasn't very good. Yeah. Return, break, and closures. Wait, are return and break called closures, or are they saying closures happen all the way down there? Like all of these things happen before we try to match a closure. Well, I'm nowhere near ready to try to add closures to this, so let's just add in... I think this is definitely enough to continue on with our journey of adding in templating. Or not templating. We are not close to templating either. Adding in traits. So, if I'm not mistaken, that should now compile. Oh, wait a second, I actually have parsing support for literals now, I think. So, let's see if this runs. Hello. It's thinking about it. I guess we added that much complexity to the parser. We're definitely gonna have to split this out into sub-modules. No method for... Oh, it's supposed to be then. The... And... Maybe this will take less time to run. Waiting for file lock on build directory. Oh, is my... Yeah, it's waiting for that to finish. Cargo check. Which should be done by now, because I got the no bugs left. Well, now it should be able to run, right? Yeah. I can get rid of Ouroboros self-referencing now, I think. Wait a second. If I put the actual lowering of the AST into the creation of an Ouroboros... Wait, wasn't that what I was already trying to do? Yeah, I don't know. Man, did adding those things really add that much complexity to the type system? That is taking way too long to build. Isn't it the full screen? There we go. I wonder what's going on there. Brane script compiler AST parser. Is this stuck in the HIR stage? Because it got through the parser maybe, well, this is just a grammar. That's like a grammar error. That can be checked early on in the compiler pipeline. This is trying to do Brane script compiler. I know if I box... If I box parsers, it'll increase performance. Like if halfway through this, you don't want to box too much, but while you're waiting on it to compile, you could clean up some of those warnings. I'll do that before I push to main, but while deving, there's no point. Yeah, I'm just gonna cancel this. Then go back to... Wait, our function calls... After... No? I just have unary operators defined before function call. Should push on save? Hell nah. Oh, hell no. No, we format on save. We run type checking on save. We don't push on save. Maybe commit on save. I could hear a case to commit on save. But yeah, you're not gonna get me with push on save. So I feel like after products, can I just do boxed like that? Well, it was able to find a definition, so I assume it works. Then in here, let's do this like every other one to just and the reason this increases the performance of the compiler is it performs type erasure. So instead of like doing a giant type signature that has every single one of these parsers in it, it just has implements, boxed implements parser, and that's all the compiler has to deal with after that point. I'll also box the final definition of this. And that should significantly, hopefully, if I read the docs correctly, increase the compile time a fair bit. Or decrease compile time a fair bit. It did. So, it did not find... So this is an AST building error. Expected, all of these. Any? What is any? Found nothing. So we have a break in the chain to where specifically the OR operator here. Or maybe, let me check. I don't know where it's bugging out. Unknown on line 23, 1. Error occurred here, expected all of these things, but didn't find anything. Found end of input. Found end of input. That shouldn't be the end of input, right? How many lines is this? Right, that would be end of input because that's the end of scope. And we were able to build a tree. So if this is line 23 on a closing bracket that it wasn't expecting, that means it was expecting more from the pipeline? Let me see. If I change it back to the thing that we know is working before. It works like it did before. What if I have this do a logic expression on a identifier instead of a number? Or not a number, a literal. Okay, that works. Is it the logic XOR specifically? If I can remember where that is on my keyboard. With the headset on. Okay, I've been like missing it. There we go. Trust me guys, I know how to touch type. Okay. So the problem isn't the operator itself, the problem is this literal here. Which, that's actually a problem with the tokenizer, I think. Expected, all this. Identifier is in there. Wait. Did I put literals as something that expressions can be? So if I go through, I accidentally opened my menu. Here's 0 here. There's 0 there. And it's defined. Yeah, that is a literal. And this should be able to use literals as input. Do I not parse literals? I guess it wasn't on field expression. Maybe this falls under field expressions. So, no. Yeah, I guess it would be a literal expression rather than a literal, because it's literally a single token. That a token can't have precedence. Yeah, I'll just put it up here as the highest precedence thing. Literal expression equals, well, literally a literal. Literally a literal. Let me remember how this code works. I guess I'm not using select statements anymore, anywhere. Apparently not. Do I just copy this pattern of any ref? I guess with these where I'm mapping the output, so this is going to be labeled as a literal. And I guess in the future I could refine this down to certain literal types, but I feel like that'd be potentially easier to do later in the pipeline. cool. Does that just work? Does literal kind have its span as part of it? But it is part of the expression. Okay, cool. You do have spam. Not spam. Span. So now we should be able to have constants in our language. Or literals, I should say. Literal values. Like this 0. Which I did not realize I completely forgot to implement until this moment. Hey, and now it parses correctly because we actually support literal values. It is concerning that it didn't go unexpected on the actual literal value itself. I'm gonna have to do some plumbing on the actual error checking for that, because that was concerning. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a fair bit of error plumbing. But we have what I consider to be a complete AST for the vast majority of programs we want to compile now. Aside from like a little bit of syntax stuff, some range, a lot of syntax sugars we're missing right now. So now we need to actually be able to lower from an AST into HIR. Which this was the stage where I need to look at the actual compiler. Just currently commented out because I didn't want to have to deal with it. Which I don't think there's going to be a explicit compiler class anymore, since I actually learned the terms of each compiler stage while working on this, so it makes less sense for there to be the compiler. I might abstract over all of these different stages that we're working on now with a singular compiler struct or compiler interface, but yeah. So what representation was this using before? I don't fully remember. Like, what did my AST look like before? Because, like, I had an HIR that I... Oh, right, it was the document context. That's what it was. So document context was essentially my AST. Like, it was... I took an AST, and then I turned it into another AST that I actually enjoyed walking instead of tree parser. So now I get to decide... Wait, I had a notepad, didn't I? Of all these different stages that I was working on. Let me see if I can find that. Here it is. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I had lost this. I'm actually gonna throw in Notion. Indeed. The random notepad of code and despair. I feel like I had added more to that, but maybe I didn't save it. So now I just need to decide how I want to handle actual passes on these representations. Oh. I just got a neck cramp with the headset on. Give me a moment. Luckily, it's not a, so you know when you get those neck cramps, and it's like the neck muscle that goes up like right against your tonsils, and those are like super painful. Luckily, it's not that one. It's like, feels like it's two muscle strands farther back, so it's like going to the base of my skull, not to the inside of my mouth. So it's like not a bad cramp, thankfully. And that's my sign to acquire a big screen beyond 2. Oh, we're good. Oh, the bot took this time to strike. Possible ban evader. Yes. Push on window focus. No! No! So I guess desugaring will happen in this here. This bit of code here. So let's add this back to the module. Since that's the next bit of what we need to do here. Is lower from the AST to the HIR. And that, I guess, is when we'll do... I guess that's when we can do all of our desugaring. When does it make sense to parent scoped IDs? I guess when we get to the HIR and it's at the point where we actually need to do that, because it could happen in either location. I hate how undo is only one step. And somewhere in here we also need to do type inference and all that fun stuff. Let's go to lowering. Which should now be like compiled. So let's try to get this to show up. Here, I'm gonna find some more music with more energy. There we go. This is not all just... Oh, I hadn't written the mod file, that's why. So this should get syntax highlighting shortly. Five get jobs have timed out after a get timeout. Why is nvim tree? Oh, that's nvim tree. Okay, this plugin here, not lazy git, which is what I thought that was for a second. Can I have syntax highlighting, please? I would like highlighting. Good enough. Okay, let's figure out where we were. Okay, we were just walking through... We were walking through the tree sitter implementation with this. Okay. This is going to be so much easier to write now that we have an actual functioning AST that's not tree sitter. Here, let me, if I haven't already, goodbye type sitter. Goodbye tree sitter. Goodbye. Let me just check. There's nothing in here of value. Yep. Goodbye build RS. In fact, I'm gonna fully remove tree sitter from our entire build pipeline. Well, that felt good to do. I mean, it was very painful to get to the point where I could do that, but it felt very good to do. So now, nodes RS, we can delete that. Failed to load Brane script. Failed to load manifest for a member. Brane script CLI. Failed to parse Brane script CLI. Workspace dependencies anyhow. Did I accidentally delete anyhow? No, anyhow's still there. Hello. I am actively streaming right now. It's all good. It's all good. Here, let me turn up, rebalance like sound, so I can actually hear you. It's like my master volume moves down a little. How goes it?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Right now we're working on I'm just doing more parser stuff. We're like ripping out. I was using tree sitter before because I was like, oh, it will be easy to make like a LSP with that later. But no, I've now rewritten the entire parser with
Are you working on your scripting language?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me whoa. Let me talk to you about especially this kind of stuff, because I was thinking for my thing I'm going to need some form of
oh, one second. I'm gonna move these monitors so they're not in front of your face.
Yeah.
Because this is a conversation why am I not oh, it's because my camera. I still have the camera on fly cam. That's why I wasn't moving. There we go. All right, I can see you now. All right. Interesting conversation. Go.
Yes. For my thing, I'm going to need some form of, you know how on the web there's the DOM, the
Yeah.
what's it called? Something object notation. What's it called again? Document object notation.
Something like that,
You
yeah.
know, for VR application, you're gonna need spatial object notation. So for that, you need the future version of HTML and JavaScript and all stuff. And you know, if you followed at all about web development, it's all reactive now, and there's all these reactive libraries with signals and hooks and stuff. There is no first-class reactive programming language yet, so that's definitely gonna happen. Even you know, Bevy, you know, the Bevy game engine for Rust, that's a reactive library for ECS.
Okay. When you say reactive, like I've
Mhm.
used React a fair amount. It's like, so I'm guessing when you say reactive, it's like a better abstraction on top of like your regular like use state, use hook, those sort of things.
Uh, Reactive, basically what it means is that instead of data being like static, the data
Right.
is mutable, and the data mutates what's like around it. So it's like
Okay.
reverse mutability.
Reverse mutability. Wait a second. So Sorry,
Basically, when you fetch the data, what you get
immutability?
back is a getter. When you fetch some data, what you get back instead is not the raw data, but you get a function for the getter, and that's kind of how reactivity works. So, and then like there's some weird stuff going on where things like backpropagate. So when the data changes, it will, you know, the consumer will react to that instead of, you know, checking if the data has changed. Instead, the data informs the
Okay. So you're saying
consumer.
more of like instead of a iterative like we're re-rendering this every single frame, it's an event-based architecture of like only run this graphics code when you actually need to. That is something that I was very much at some point here I'm gonna have to make a UI library. And like I really wanted to I wanted to experiment with essentially like there are parts of React I like, which is the very event focused nature of it. Other parts of it, like the fact that you still have to interact with the web and HTML and that whole deal is very annoying. But the actual like
also,
event-based,
it's like three programming languages in one context. So you got the markup, then you got the hooks thingies, and then you got the JavaScript, and it's a total chaos.
The JSX, Tailwind if you're using Tailwind.
Oh no!
I don't know why. Okay, I'm not web dev brained enough to understand why people don't like Tailwind. Like I like using it.
I have a Tailwind code base at work, and when we run the code base, it's like there's a 10,000 errors. Like you should migrate to Tailwind 2.0. Stop using code like this, and we're like, can we upgrade this? And then it's like, oh, it's freaking months of work.
Okay.
Pain
so it's more of like the ergonomics around using it rather than like the actual usage of like it
it's
directly.
Just there is so much CSS code. I'm not a fan of CSS because there's so much of it.
Yeah.
I would rather.
In my opinion, like
no CSS.
I guess the main thing that like pisses me off about CSS is like HTML and the web has this whole paradigm of you declare the structure of your document and how it is displayed separately. And as like since I like started out with like game dev, Like, I don't like that distinction. That's very much a paradigm of like, these were originally text documents, and then we had like a file on how to format it. And they like at first wanted the text documents to still be like human readable, so you couldn't put the actual formatting into the document itself. I see a little bit of value in like the idea of structure and what it looks like being separate, like styles, but I really think like layout and structure, there's much better ways to do layout and structure than, of course, Flexbox and having that be in the CSS instead of in the HTML. Yeah.
Also, I kind of feel like if you need CSS in your front-end code, like, or if you need styles in your front-end code, just put it in like the actual things in the components. But as soon as you have CSS files and the components importing from that, then there's too much CSS. It's so hard to maintain that.
And like, I can see the value of like, what if we have a standard theme for this thing and we want to swap out values, but like, I don't know, there's definitely a better abstraction on that, where like you build the abstraction on top of it instead of being forced to like deal with it from the beginning with global identifiers. Yeah.
But yeah, basically kind of what I was going through in my head a lot recently, thinking about React and Bevy and this stuff, is like these are clearly, or it's clearly that like this reactive paradigm is the new programming paradigm for many things. And with, you know, now there's like server or like server hosts and server things that are bringing the reactive paradigm to like server programming. That means that it won't be long until there is a first-class reactive programming language, which, you know, does all these things that these libraries are doing, but, you know, on the programming language level.
That sounds very similar to what I'm making. I don't want to call it reactive. I don't want to associate it with React, but that does sound a little bit of what I'm doing, because the whole like way I was planning to propagate like how would I do an update loop in this current system? I have like the whole pipelines paradigm, which I still think is slightly different from like actor systems. You sent me down a huge rabbit hole with like the whole like, actor systems. I like constantly. And like, did you know that Verse, the language that Epic is making, is actually an actor model?
No, I did not know that, but that totally makes sense.
Fortnite Lang is actor model. They also made it like functional, and they have like interesting stuff with the way that you do an if statement is you run an expression in the condition of the if statement, and if it like fails and throws an error, you go to the else statement.
No, I don't like that. I am disgusted by.
It's super interesting. I haven't fully figured out how it works because I still haven't fully figured out the syntax, or like I downloaded UEFN, but I haven't gotten myself to actually build anything in it yet. But like they have this whole thing where like they have like branching code paths where if those code paths fail, it can revert the state of your program as if it never ran that code if it fails.
Okay,
so it's almost like there's
what
checkpoint.
The fuck?
Yeah, there's a lot of like super interesting things. And like I like the idea of reverting your code to a previous state. Like if an error throws, because like, oh, now you know that code path will error out, you can like do a different code path that won't error out. But it sounds like they're like, okay, we have this one cool feature, let's use it for everything now. So now this is how we do all control flow. Which now you have like constantly throwing away work, and I'm like, I guess there are ways that like, in a sense, that's like an abstraction over paradigms you already use, because if you think about like Rust and the way result enums work, that's like similar, of like results are a data type, results are control flow. But I just really don't like the way don't like the idea of intentionally throwing away work to the program being a core part of the paradigm of the language, because that seems like a really easy way to get like lazy with your code of, yeah, I'm just gonna run this huge operation and then let it fail.
Actually, I kind of do see the point in that, because, you know, you're definitely gonna get bugs if you have something that runs and then it does something and it fails, and you've done something and you were never supposed to do that because it was failed path. So now you have a undefined state. But let me talk about if else. I despise if else. I think that is the dumbest thing ever invented, because if else, it leads to this way where you're programming control logic that is leaky, because now you have an optional else thing, and you have these if else and if then it's like double, and you forgot the else, and now you have like a double undefined behavior, and it just gets so out of control. Like, so many bugs could have been catched if you just had to use match statements, or if the else statement was like you had to use it every time.
I am a fan of huge fan of match statements. I've never run into those bugs though. Maybe it's because I've always been like super paranoid about not doing huge if else statements, because I'm always like, I'm very like micro optimization performance brained. So
let me also show you, because I'm so mad about if else. I made my little micro library, which I call like something assert. Do you know about assertion?
Like assertions? Yeah, love assertions.
Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. I made this thing which I call logical assert, and it's a match statement and assert combined. So you assert something and you also do like a match statement at the same time, and you know the assertion failing is the else statement.
Huh.
That to me like makes you know control flow so much more logical.
Logical assert. Let's see this source here.
But it's just one function called assert, and you can use it like an assertion or a match statement.
Okay, so this is JavaScript?
Yeah.
Okay. So oh, is this like an alternative to using like the question mark or like
it's an alternative to the match case and if else, and also assertion, I guess, in JavaScript. Because I also don't like the match cases in JavaScript, because they're also leaky. Like if you have two match cases,
does
it will
JavaScript
fall down
have a
into the
match?
other one.
Do they have a match expression?
Yeah.
It has a match statement?
But it's really bad. I would not recommend using it. Or I guess you can use it if you do that like modern syntax where you do like curly braces and break statements, then it won't like leak. Because I don't know why developers of languages keep implementing.
I am only seeing string matching here.
Look for switch case, I think.
Oh, is switch case a match statement?
Yes, same thing.
So that's how it works with strings. It's not actually a switch statement. Because switch is just
JavaScript
jump table.
Switch statement.
Okay, so that's... Huh. I thought it was just a regular switch statement, but I guess, yeah, that would be the only way that they can do strings, is if it's a more general match statement. Let's see. Java now also has match statements, and there's a switch. You put the class as cases. Ah, very Java of them. I don't know. I'm not seeing like, well, I guess I'm thinking about like Rust style match statements where you can have like multiple values and do partial destructuring and stuff like that. Or pattern matching, I think is the name of that. I don't know. I need to actually figure out the real terms.
You can still do all that in the Switch. It's just a different name for the same kind of thing.
I'm not finding anything on that though. Wow. This must be the deep lore.
I mean, like a case can be a function, I think.
Case can be a function. That is cursed. That is
actually maybe
cursed.
not. I don't remember that, but that should be a thing if it isn't. Yeah, you can do like switch, and inside the switch thing run a function, and then the output of the function gets matched to one of the cases.
Yeah, that seems cursed. I prefer all the logic for matching stuff like that to be. I don't know. I have initial not liking. I can see how it would be cool though. But yeah. Yeah, I guess going back to like the reactive coding paradigm-esque. Saying the way that like my scripting language like is intended to work is that the way that I'm going to trigger behavior to happen is going to be through events. So it's actually pretty interesting.
Please.
When I was working, I came up with all these ideas before working with Horizons, but my favorite part of working on Horizons was actually that all behavior in the TypeScript is handled through events. So
yeah,
when you...
I mean, they made React, so...
Yeah. Well, I mean,
course.
it's React Native behind the scenes, too, so of course it's going to work like React. But when a component gets registered on something, you have your regular, like, Unity-esque start event. But then in that start event, if you want to subscribe to an update loop, you have to do, like, world.onUpdate and then do, like, a connect event call. And then pass in like the closure to run on event. But like the intention that it drives you to do is like, I like never use that on update thing, because you could literally just, for the most part, just subscribe to a ton of events in the start method. And then, that code would run when the condition, when those events happen. So, like, on player enter trigger, do this thing. On, or you could also, like, do your regular JavaScript timeouts and set intervals and all that sort of stuff. And I very much like that pattern of coding. I'm not necessarily a fan of JavaScript's ergonomics of doing that, but I very much like the pattern, if that makes sense.
I mean,
the way...
I think that's why Bevy is an entity component system like that, because it works really well for that stuff. Yeah,
I am still a little bit figuring out how I'm going to handle like the scheduling of stuff. I guess with event-based architectures, that could make ordering
just make everything async. Just make everything async.
That's the point of Brane script, literally.
Yes, nice.
Have you actually seen like my explanations of Brane script? Did you go back and watch?
No, not yet.
Yeah. Essentially, it's there's a new concept I'm putting into them called pipelines, where there's like blocks of synchronous code separated by where you would do asynchronous operations. So when you call a pipeline, it goes into the first block of code, and then in there, my intention is that like anytime you would need to await data, you pass in the handles for essentially promises. You pass those into whatever statement says go to the next block or stage of the pipeline. So there's like an implicit that like implicitly pushes programmers to like batch async statements. So instead of doing like async await this, async await this, async await this, you would just like grab as many handles as you can in this block, move to the next block, and then when that block runs, you're guaranteed to have whatever form of access you need to whatever memory you need. Like mutex locking happens in between pipeline blocks. That's handled by the runtime.
Does that mean you have to like compose after you know you've done your code, you need to then compose a pipeline of the blocks?
So the blocks, there's a syntax for pipelines. So you say pipe, the name of the pipeline, a regular function signature, and then right now I have it as square braces instead of curly braces, and then you have it's like a list format where you have braces, and inside those braces you put blocks, and then you can have multiple braces in a list-like format. So it's like you don't have to compose a pipeline out of blocks. The syntax already does that. And then like different pipeline stages can jump to different pipeline stages, so you get like branch and control flow in there too if you need it.
I was like thinking like, is it like I've already written my code and then I need to make another thing defining the pipeline, because usually you would just write functions and use await.
Yeah. No, the idea is that you don't have to do that because it's part of the syntax of the language. There probably will be when you load a module into Brane Engine, there will be like I don't know if I'm going to be able to abstract over this with some form of macros, or if it will be a function call. It will probably be a function call to start out with, but some sort of like onloaded function call, and that's where you go like, take this pipeline and connect it to this event, because that's how pipelines get called, is they can either directly call other pipelines or they can subscribe to events, is the way that I am imagining this working. So either they'll subscribe to events or they'll subscribe to the output of other pipelines. So if you need the result of like transform data after like another pipeline, you would be able to subscribe, like somehow notify that this pipeline runs after this pipeline. And I also hope to eventually make there be a graphical tool for ordering the execution of pipelines, so you'll have like a node-based view of like, this pipeline is dependent on these other pipelines, and that way you never have like ordering errors in your programs, because you can just say run these in this order.
What's the difference of you having to like define the pipeline instead of just like composing functions and having awaits, so this function depends on this function and so on? Do you just want to make it more explicit?
I'm trying to make it more explicit than awaits, because I don't like async and await statements. I feel like that's trying to... Well, I mean, it's exactly what that one dude from that talk was saying, where you're trying to make an asynchronous program look like a single-threaded or non-asynchronous code, and I don't like that. I want it to be like here, you can have these blocks where you have fully synchronous code, but then it's like there's pretty clear boundaries where like there's a break in execution, it's going off and doing other stuff, and then it's coming back.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, a big problem I have with asynchronous code in my program right now is, you know, I'm doing so much stuff and there's so much async stuff, and then functions like they take different amounts of time, and the orders are like I have zero control over the order of things executing, so my program just kind of executes kind of randomly.
Yeah, and hopefully I'm hoping with like the pipeline system, it's like, I mean, this path of code always executes in order, and then there's ways to also like subscribe to like if this pipeline fails, or subscribe to the result of a pipeline, and like chain pipelines together. So it's an idea based around like the flow of data, I guess, instead of the like execution of I'm just trying to abstract the idea of like data flowing through a system rather than running code, I guess.
Also, one interesting thing came up while I was like thinking about what would a reactive programming language be like. Like there you would probably want to have some kind of thing where you can guarantee asynchronous things. So you would want like this code block, it must execute in this time, so that the runtime will like, oh, we have this thing, so we really need to lock in on this one right now, because we expect
like
that this thing should
things.
Yeah. Something like that.
One of the things I very much want to experiment around with is the idea of budgeted time slicing as part of a runtime, where it's like this type of code is allocated this many milliseconds. So if there's like a loop running in there, it like runs and like is continually checking like how much time do I have left, and then when it runs out of time, it moves on to the next thing. So you have like the important code that runs first, or that like just always runs, and then more expensive things, they're like told exactly how much time they have to run, or they're not like told explicitly, but like the idea of like you have a loop that every 4 iterations exits out back to the runtime, and then if the runtime knows that it can run for more time, it like re-enters the loop and continues iterating.
I think JavaScript actually already does that sort of stuff with how microtasks and macro tasks and all that stuff works, but it's all just automatic and you have zero control over it.
Yeah. And with this, it's like there's definitely tasks in a game engine that you need to happen like every frame, and you need things to happen before certain stages. So there will be like when you're like do the onload function and you're like connecting your pipeline to the greater runtime, it's like this pipeline's dependent upon these things, but these certain events are also dependent upon the completion of this pipeline if needed. So if you have like something affecting like transforms, every frame you can say like this must run before the frame finishes, is also something I want to experiment with.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now I just have to get basic scripting language stuff actually working.
Yeah, making languages is hard.
Yeah, it's really fun though.
Since you're it's really fun. Since you're working on traits, there is also this library, which is a new React state management library for like games and WebXR specifically, which is really interesting to me. I'm actually probably gonna be working on this library because they need all sorts of Uh, it can be 3JS or anything, but 3JS is the main thing WebXR works with, so
Right.
3JS is
Or is it like
it's
it's an ECS based state management library? Oh,
yes, it's an
So this
entity
is-
component system. It's a state management library built around the ECS paradigm, which is really interesting.
do you actually get like the benefits of like ECS inside of JavaScript? Because I can totally see like just the fact that it's JavaScript making you lose out on stuff like SIMD and cache efficiency and all that sort of stuff.
No,
I guess it just
this
in
is
general-
all. If you're smart enough, you can figure it out. This is very optimized for real time, so it does all kinds of interesting things like diffing and it does like this query based thing, and it batches all the state updates into one batch that can run immediately, and it's really interesting.
The things people do to be able to use JavaScript.
Well, you know, there's
Yeah,
Facebook and
it's-
Meta, and
it's
they
the
want this
web.
WebXR thing to work out. So, and all the people who are at Poibanders are like mind-bogglingly smart. So,
Yeah. I'm just not a fan of the web mudball. As is evidenced by the fact I'm not working at a WebXR company right now. Like, it would be
Yeah.
so easy for me to get a job at a VR WebXR company right now. If I wanted to. In fact, I have worked at, like, Wonderland Engine in the past. That was really fun. Their solution to all of this was just compiled WebAssembly, the core runtime. Which works. It works really well. It's efficient.
Yep. But so does this, and I think this is fucking
Does
insanely
it work?
cool.
Does it work as well as like actually jittable code though?
I think it'll work. Well, my standards are not like 2000 FPS, so at least 100 FPS.
You do not
is
dream
enough
big
for me.
enough, my friend.
Human eyes can only see 100 frames a second.
I don't know.
I'm joking.
See, it's not about the frames per second. It's about CPU. See, GPUs are doing fine. We're CPU bottlenecked these days.
Well, if you watch the talk, Douglas goes very in depth into our programming languages are designed for CPUs that run at like 1 hertz. So
Yep, 1 hertz on a single thread. Yeah.
But that's not what we design programming languages for. Also, I guess I can show you. I have made my own programming language, which is just one function that's like under 100 lines of code. That was fun.
Interpreters. I guess you could define a coding language that's entirely like the only expression it has is a function call, and it would be possible to make a language out of that.
In fact, this is what I would like to call the first non-functional programming language. It has no functions. It only has match. It only has
Wait.
match cases
Only has
or
match?
switch statements,
Isn't that like
whatever.
Isn't that like the full dream of like the usual goal of functional programming is there's absolutely no way to like mutate state, or if you said match,
You can still mutate state because there's data, and this is also like Lisp, so code is data. So to make a function, you assign a variable with code inside the variable.
Okay, which folder has example of the thing? Is this test.ar?
Just scroll down, but I mean test.ar, it has a counter.
Okay. To explain the syntax, I'm guessing the arrow stores strings in variables.
Yeah, the arrow store any data into your name, and then like the listings, those are code, and then there's match cases, which is the equal arrow. So if we match the word step, then we run what's inside step.
Okay.
And then there's the @ sign. So
which value is it? Which value is it matching on? Like, here I'm looking at step. So you have like the square braces, and then the output of the square braces is.
You can go look at all the way to the bottom. We send the variable step to the function named count, and you can see on line 13 we put all this code
count
inside
is a
the function count.
So,
or it's data, because functions and data is all the same in the language.
Oh, so you first class functions?
First class data. Yeah, but
right, because it's not a function. It's
if
a non-functional programming language.
If you put an @ sign in front of data, then you execute the data.
Okay. So your functions aren't functions, they're data structures, and you're like piping data through data structures is what you're saying.
I mean, inside the data structure, there is only more data and match cases. I mean, I guess you can say that it's a match caseful programming.
That is a. Oh man, that honestly, I'm a fan. This is fun.
One inspiration for this was, you know how Douglas Crockford talks about that programming languages, which is like actors all the way down. So This is kind of one sketch, because the actors, how actors work is you send them a message and you match the message to something. So that's what I'm basically doing here.
Okay.
And then you match on the step, so you only have these handlers.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of, I was listening to some stuff on Haskell either today or yesterday. I don't know, my sense of time is, I mean, if it was at 5 a.m. today, then it was still today. But like the original version of Haskell was you just input a string and you get a string out, and that was the only IO to the entire language. Like there was absolutely nothing other than that, not even like printing. And this kind of reminds me of like the only data type is a string.
Yep. And the way it works, the curly brackets or whatever, just regular brackets, I guess. A bracket is just a multi-line string.
So like those are a new line? Like you just throw a new line character in there and that's how you represent that?
It's more like a list, I guess, like Lisp.
Okay. And then here when you're passing square brackets data with an A in there, is that like returning data? Because
I have not implemented numbers. You have multiple letters, so you have 4 A's. That's the number 4, because then you can iterate through that.
thing.
Oh, I see. So you would just match while A.
What that program will do is it will print the word step 4 times and then exit.
Okay. So let's see, that goes in a number. Number is...
Or it will print the word always 4 times.
And then this is print the word always 4 times. Okay. I don't fully understand what this is doing, but I do think that is cool. It's a novel way of coding stuff.
Also, one way you could make this language much more readable is if you reverse the arrow direction and then write everything in reverse, because then it's like function name, and after that we have this.
Right, the general like
in my
stuff
language we
coders are
have
more
this,
used to.
and then it gets sent into
It's
the
moving left to right. Instead of right to
I was
left,
also
very
thinking
mathematically.
it would be really funny if I supported like both arrow directions, and then you could like go from 2 directions into the middle.
Oh,
of the
what's
name.
but which one of those arrows gets executed first? How would that...
Both get executed simultaneously, obviously.
What if, like, so you pass 2 strings in, what if you interleave the values? So it iterates the first character of one, then it iterates the first character of the other, and then the second character the first, and the second character the other. Like, that might work pretty well.
Or I could implement like it becomes 3-dimensional, so it becomes a vector or a matrix.
Oh, okay.
The value gets another dimension where you have 2 A's on the same place, but you can look at it from
You might have just invented the next execution language for like machine language.
Yeah, for quantum computers.
Yeah. It's all matrix and vector multiplication all the way down.
No. I'm also a really big fan of array languages. Have you ever even looked at an array language?
Would brainfuck count as that?
No.
No,
or
but like I thought it's just an array, and you like Turing machine it.
Let me see if there's a good example of this, because they look real funky. Maybe like. Yes, this is perfect. Frick. Good damage. So here's the syntax to APL. This is how you program in APL or in any array programming language.
Does it usually have this font format, or?
Yes. The point in many array languages is that they're supposed to be efficient, so they include like all kinds of mathematical functions. So you use down arrows and weird symbols and stuff, and they do things.
It's like a
and
delta.
Things go into them. Things will go into the middle, and you can deconstruct them. And like,
do you need like a second keyboard with like math symbols on it?
Yeah, probably.
You just have like your alt key numpad combinations down.
There's this one YouTuber who's done like a bunch of videos about array languages and BNL, and I like watching them, but I'm like extremely confused. I have zero idea what's going on in them. I'm like, What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I can imagine that.
I don't think I'm smart enough yet to understand array languages, but they're cool.
They do be cool. Man. That's the dangerous thing about getting into language development. There's so much cool stuff. And you can get just sucked in forever, and your scope creep can be infinite.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
it's
but if I get a really
like...
good, if I get a really good language working, that will make the engine like significantly better for each part of the language that's better. So there's that. That's how I justify it.
And it's also like you said that, you know, you can absolutely have like a giga brain thought, and you can be like, oh my god, I'm the only person on the planet who's thought about this, and then it's like, oh, that's called actor programming.
Yeah. But technically actor programming is like when you look at it as a whole with like how these pipelines are like interacting with events. I'm not gonna do like the you know, the like there's a mailbox of messages.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to explicitly be like it's sending messages. I might implement it like that on the back end of like how client code talks to the server. But I think I do want to just keep stuff like, oh, you're calling a function, or you're starting a pipeline and then getting the result of that, or just starting a pipeline and then not caring about the result. And I haven't looked into the syntax of actor programming too much, but it seems like it's very like, I'm defining this actor, here are the things that this actor can do, whereas I'm going to do a more general like, here's a jumble of pipelines and they all weave together. I guess defining behavior more so than defining entities that are interacting with data or sending data between each other.
Are all the things on the GitHub up to date? Like, can I try it out?
Like the language
Brane
itself.
script?
It's not runnable at this precise moment. If
You're
you go to like,
infrastructure.
if you go to BraneScript 1.0, which is more of like a C style, it's like kind of a ripoff of C++, and then I took a break for like 2 years, and now I'm working on, it's essentially a ripoff of Rust, but with asynchronous formats, or asynchronous, like the actor style stuff. That's a new idea.
Asynchronous as the first class or whatever.
Yeah. So I like only like around, I want to say a month and a half ago, got code execution working on the second version of it, which is the current one I'm working on. Whereas the other version got to the point where like I had generics and templates and was just like struggling to get like array data structures working really well. And then I'm like, the way I handled pointers was really bad, because I was like, oh, I'll just do only define like references. So you do like the C# style like ref syntax, and that's the only way you can like pass and return structures from things. And there's no memory management, because you can never define stuff on the heap, only have stuff like passed in. But then like array data structures didn't work with that. So now I'm just like biting the bullet and not being lazy about language design and actually supporting like nested reference style things. But yeah, so if you go to like the Brane 1.0 branch and then maybe like go back a couple commits, like that's working. Like if you see a green checkbox, like tests working, like that version of it had tests. This version doesn't have tests yet because it doesn't run yet.
Like the Brane script repository?
Yeah, the Brane script repository. And then the Brane engine repository, that is currently up to date and buildable, and you can get like an editor that you can do stuff in. But there's no scripting
You
yet.
already have
There
an editor?
is, yeah, I have an editor. I'm gonna completely rewrite it with Brane script as the like main backbone of its functionality. But I do currently have an editor. Actually, is the main branch up to date? Am I doing that refactor on a branch? I think I am doing that refactor on a branch. The main should still be fine. And then the CES demo branch, there's also a Brane example projects repo, and I have a CES demo, which is like loading in the like astronaut helmet, like GLTF model, or sci-fi helmet GLTF model, and that CES demo branch works with that example projects branch, so you can like asynchronously stream in the individual triangles of a mesh. It was like a cool, fun demo. The like some of the Resomat team showed up and they thought it was cool. Yeah.
How do you compose scenes in Brane?
It's similar. The UI is very inspired by Unity at the moment, so you can do like can't currently nest. I call them assemblies, but they're basically just prefabs, but with a name difference, so I can be different. So you have assemblies, and those assemblies can reference. Those assemblies have a scene graph of entities, which of course the hierarchy gets flattened out when it gets turned into entities, because it does use an entity component system. And then that asset that gets exported from that itself can reference like meshes and textures and shaders and materials that it needs for that. That whole pipeline of like dependent assets is fully working, but I'm currently half through a refactor where I'm separating editor assets from what they output. So I'm making it so one editor asset can output multiple runtime assets. So if you import a GLTF, that will be able to export textures, materials, potentially even default shaders, as well as like the individual submeshes as well. So that whole like, because right now it's like one editor asset exports one thing. So right now I have a GLTF and it creates an assembly asset, and it automatically fills out the hierarchy of that assembly asset. Oh, I accidentally turned on my gestures. And that oh, I'm not in frame of camera. That's what my pop-up was. Hey, come on. And locomotion. There you go. That's fine. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, and I was like splitting the definitions between those two things, and there's places where it's like, I was having to write a lot of serializer and deserializer logic. The like derive macros would just, I would say derive serialized, and then it would be done. But I was like having to manually write out a ton of boilerplate to have the pattern be the way I want it to be for those sorts of things. Which I guess I could have just, thinking about it, I could have done through like inheritance, but I loathe doing stuff through inheritance. Actually, I would still need to define those methods manually, because it wouldn't be able to pick up on like members and then serialize them. So it really is only derived macros that would have the functionality I want. And then I was like, I don't want to have to port my entire engine to Rust, because that's the meme. So why don't I just finish my scripting language and then rewrite portions of my editor in my scripting language? And then I ended up deciding to port my scripting language from C++ to Rust because I kept running into things where, like, this would be more ergonomic in Rust. So I have now rewritten the entire language in Rust, and it actually didn't take me too long to do it. It took like less than a week. And then I'm like, well, I think I'm going to port my engine to Rust, but I'm still going to write most of the functionality in Brane script because I really like the idea of the language being performed enough that it can be the main way that I like script out like the editor UI and the utilities. Especially because I'm going to be doing so much stuff with the async runtime, it means the editor itself will be mostly asynchronous in how it does everything, which is funny because working with Horizons, I got a taste of what working with a editor that uses a ton of React is like. And let me tell you, that thing is not reactive. That is the slowest, buggiest piece of software I have ever interacted with.
I'll say React is good. Facebook React developers are just bad. They're just bad. It can
Yeah,
be
I could definitely tell that there was a
also
lot of like
JavaScript, you know.
Yeah. There's a lot of instances where I could like, man, their hierarchy is so like the hierarchy as in like scene graph hierarchy is so slow, and like you can scroll and then it's just blank, and then you can watch it load in entities in the scene one by one. And then like if you expand it, like if you get into a deeply nested hierarchy, like I wrote my own animation system for the game we built, and for that I had to like nest entities, right? And once I got below like a nesting depth of I want to say 4, the Horizons desktop editor just like randomly started crashing. And by crashing I mean like the scene view would still work, like I could right click fly cam still, but then none of the buttons in the entire editor would be responsive.
Bruh.
Like they would still highlight when I hover over them, but then like clicking them did nothing. Sometimes the highlighting would stop working too.
I feel like that kind of stuff is because of, you know, the single threaded everything.
Yeah,
and
it's like I could definitely tell that it's like, oh man, somebody here was cooking with like, okay, this is React, so let's use React concepts. Good, cool, you can do cool stuff with that. But then I could tell that like some places it was like detracting from the experience of the editor, to where like the hierarchy should update instantaneously whenever you change anything. But for some reason, like if I drag let's say I drag like a group of entities to be parented to another entity, that like lags out the entire editor because it like asynchronously awaits whatever backend operation to occur, because like the editor's multiplayer, so it might be live connected to a server and you're changing those entities' positions on the server itself. So like there might be an async await for the scene hierarchy while it waits for the editor to confirm each individual.
It's like single threaded and network. So when you send multiple things, it will send multiple requests, and it will wait for the one of the entities to complete, and then it will do the next one. And
it was definitely a for loop instead of being like, let's locally pre-compute like which index each one of these is going to be and send that data over, and then just batch send all of these. No, we can't do that. We can't even locally clone the scene on our host environment and then send updates and like have stuff be responsive and everything. No, it's async await in a for loop. No speed up there, no asynchronicity. It's just ka-chunk. Definitely a like, it has the potential to be one of the most responsive editors out there, but it is currently the least responsive editor I have ever used.
Does your scripting language do multi-threading somehow?
The way that I currently it doesn't do anything at the moment. But the way I plan the runtime to work is, it was originally, and my idea for pipelines was, yes, the idea was to make it easy to multi-thread. Like, everything would be multi-threadable by default, because the way that you access data is, your pipeline is either initially passed or then requests shared or like mutable locks to data that gets passed into synchronous code. Similar to, like, you know, the Rust, like, only one mutable reference. So there will be like asynchronous, like, wait until we can get a shared or mutable reference to data. And then once you grab that, you're guaranteed to be the only owner of that data, and then you can run your pipeline stage on all of this data, not needing to handle any of, like, mutex locking and
and that's also
stuff.
a benefit of, like, declaring pipelines, is then you can guarantee that you have the lock or whatever.
Yeah. So all multi-threading will just be like, you write your pipeline, and you just know that it handles all the scheduling and locking of mutexes for you, and then you just do the stuff on the data. So there is, like, you get to design, like, when stuff gets called, what data it needs access to, but you don't have to deal with any of, like, hopefully there will, no, I know, unless it's a weird edge case with, like, I want to let people either hold mutexes between pipeline stages or lend them during pipeline stages. So if you have, like, a frequently accessed piece of data between pipeline stages, it releases the mutex and then grabs the mutex when it wants to run the pipeline stage again. I was thinking about having, like, the programmer be able to explicitly, like, no, I want to hold this mutex until, like, mutex locks until the pipeline is entirely done. You might get mutex locks if you're holding mutexes, but if you're not holding mutexes, there just never be thread locks ever.
Yeah.
Because it's just handled by the runtime. So to answer the question, yes, very multi-threaded, because the way it's going to handle data would allow you to just straight up multi-thread everything, like throw it against the wall with no scheduling, and it would just work. I am going to be doing scheduling, but to try to, like, make that more efficient and have less collisions, but it will kind of, like, self-schedule through just the fact that, like, I can't run this pipeline stage until I'm able to lock all the required data at once.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the current plan, is just reactive asynchronous, like multi-threaded asynchronous language.
It really also kind of, the pipelines kind of reminds me of, you know, just the concept of having this some sort of definition for spatial context, because there's so many things working right now, working on, like, I guess if you have a scene graph for 2D, for like 3D and like async stuff, you would have like a stage or something where, you know, everything's async and you have all these asynchronous different things, and those are like the objects and stuff.
I guess if I did want to do a less structured scene graph, kind of, I don't know, we'll see what it actually ends up looking like. Right now I'm very much like, I think I'm onto something with this pipelines thing. Let me get it working, and then we'll design the game engine around it once I have it working and I see what patterns feel good and what patterns are, like, terrible to work with.
The way I'm thinking I'm gonna do it, since, you know, I'm so focused on, you know, everything just being a network object, Yeah. I'm thinking I'm just gonna have like these network instances that are like some sort of I guess a network location where objects can join the location and they'll have a coordinate, and you know they will know all the other actor modules in the space, and they will get connected and automatically discover dependencies.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm doing something similar, but more.
You're much more lower level. I mean, you're making an engine, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Many grand ideas need engine working to begin with, or need language to build the engine on working again. Well, I guess if you're, man, one problem I have is too often when I say engine, I mean editor. But like I already have a good portion of like the downloading part of the engine working and the whole way assets interact with each other, and that whole dependency pipeline. But yeah, for the actual engine, we need the scripting language. Use the scripting language to create the editor in the engine, very much like Ouroboros development.
Yeah. And you know, yak shaving.
Do what?
Yak shaving, you know.
Yak shave.
In the last meet that was discussed.
Oh, remind me what it means again.
It's just like to do some simple thing, you need some other thing first. And that other thing might be like, oh, I need to rewrite my entire language in Rust.
Yeah, that's. I'm still on like the handle L values versus R values better. That was the original spur of the current refactor, and it ended with me rewriting the entire parser.
Yeah. Oh no. But that's yak shaving, exactly.
Yup. But hey, I'm at the point where I'm lowering the AST to HIR, which means after I'm done with that and I have the HIR, then I can actually move on to the stage where I was going to refactor the previous version of like the mixed HIR AST into a system that handles L values versus R values better. I'm like just a couple days away now.
Nope.
Or like one really good all-nighter. And then the actual like implementing traits is super easy. I just like, well, the part of traits that I'm going to be using at this point, which is like, instead of an operator just being like, oh, C operator output bit code, instead it's going to be like, we now replace these operators with intrinsic function calls, which are the signatures of trait functions. And then when we get to the compiler, like whatever stage of the compiler translates that to executable code, anytime it sees an intrinsic function, it will just replace that with the native IR operators instead of doing like a function call. That part is actually really easy. I had that working in BraneScript 1.0, and that's how I actually handled operators. Operators were secretly just, they were handled as function calls. So like it was an operator desugared to a function call, and then that function call was turned into like a native bit operand. because intrinsic function. Yeah. Let's see, what is this complaining about at the moment? Cannot. Oh, it's still manifest errors. Script CLI.
By the way, sorry for distracting your productivity time.
No, it's fine. It was a super interesting conversation.
Yeah. I think it's just so cool to me that I can talk to someone about, you know, exactly this kind of nerd stuff, metaverse, language, design.
Yep. It's what I do. It's because it's like what I spend most of my time thinking about, you know?
Yep.
There we go. I think I just fixed my manifest. I accidentally deleted a editor because like, oh, that's like the section for build dependencies, but no, it was workspace dependencies, which everything was inherited from. Which means now, if I go to lowering RS, I should have actual errors in here now. Or have the ability to have actual errors in there. When is AWE happening? I think it's like right about to happen.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's exactly 1 month from now. Okay. I still have time to last minute decision decide I want to go.
I wish I could go to all the XR events and stuff, but it's just expensive and time consuming.
Yeah. I'm sad. I'm probably gonna miss out on this AWE because I can't afford it. I'm trying to save up for like a car.
Yeah.
This is a very bad time to buy a car, but I'm like, it's when I need it, so yippee.
Damn. Have you, like, what sort of stuff have you already done for your like networking and stuff?
For the actual like netcode, I used on the C++ side of things. This is all getting a rewrite, and I've been talking to some other people about like I might switch protocols, but right now I just have like an implementation of TCP sockets using the non-boost ASIO library for C++. And then that just uses like streams, and then I have a little bit of an abstraction over that essentially turns it into WebSocket, where I can send different message types. Yeah, it's essentially a messaging protocol. Like you send messages over.
Do you have a server, or was it peer-to-peer?
Oh, in terms of that whole thing, right now, in terms of networked different executables, I have the editor, which is like you can put together an assembly, change properties of it, like write materials and all that. Upload that to an asset server, which is like it stores files and has a SQLite database on there, so it stores what you upload from the editor, and then it can deliver that to a client executable, which the client executable loads a config file, and then like, okay, what asset ID do you want me to load? And then it loads that one asset ID and displays it with a static camera. You can't even like fly cam it, but it like has the whole like I upload from the editor, it's on a server, and then I download that into a client. It's all using like assets exported from the editor and then running in kind of proof of concept of that whole pipeline. Which, as soon as I have a scripting language, then I will have like the ability to make behavior on the client, which will make everything significantly more exciting.
Yep.
Because I like, for the client, like, yeah, I could have put a fly cam in there. I could have put a ton of different like hard-coded functionality in there, but I've been really holding off on doing anything that would be better done as a scripting language thing, like a scripted
I
thing.
think that makes sense. I was just thinking there's gonna be a ton of like more optimized networking things that are really interesting to me. My friend who's working on like their own little WebXR metaverse thing, they had implemented like straight up rollback netcode for a bunch of things. So they have one web worker which is like a bowling pins object with bowling pin physics, and then a ball object which is like a physics ball, and you control the ball, and then there's like networked messaging between the bowling pins and the ball.
Huh.
And it's all like rollback netcode optimized for real-time stuff. It's just
I love
crazy
rollback
stuff.
networking so much.
Yes, I can't wait to like steal his code at some point or something.
Yeah. Dang it! I was gonna say something. Brane, I felt myself forget it right as I started talking. Gonna say networking. My brain has failed me. I'm like trying to code and talk at the same time and be like actually engaged in the conversation.
Also, I've thought about all kinds of applications of rollback netcode in VR, and you know how rollback netcode it's like optimized for deterministic things.
Right.
So I was thinking like one thing that is kind of deterministic is, you know, VR bodies, because I can't rotate my bones in certain ways because I'm literally restricted IRL. So maybe you could make like rollback netcode for the human body because some actions are impossible. So it's easier to predict.
I've made a like VR character controller that did have rollback networking implemented, and it's actually the point at which you need to store the data to defer the rest of the scene data from is the controllers. So you have to store controller positions and inputs every single frame, and then every frame you essentially have to redo all of the IK per frame using the positions of like controllers and stuff. Because
that's really dope.
Yeah, because rollback, it's not rolling back, it's reverting and then resimulating.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just the data. Its constraints on movements, unfortunately, I don't think those really make it simpler.
But like you can make the prediction system better because
true, you can make the prediction system better.
There is much less, you know, undeterministic things. It's more deterministic
so rollback netcode works better for it. I guess probably since rollback and all that stuff relies so much on prediction too, is you could, if you were a machine learning engineer, you could make some form of machine learning based rollback netcode that would be like so much faster or something.
Yeah. I could see a model-based IK system being a lot more performant, especially just if you just used it for like if you used it in general for like the general positions of bones, and then used more performance systems like 2-bone IK to like lock it to the actual positions of known things, like your head and hands and possibly feet. So like you get a very general IK result, and then do very inexpensive like trigonometry to snap the end result.
Yeah.
I have to decide what concepts I want in my high-level intermediate representation. So I guess this is what I'm going to compile the executable target from. Don't know if I'm going to like go the extra mile and have a mid-level intermediate representation. I think what I have as like the executable form of my intermediate representation is what people generally consider to be mid-level intermediate representation, and then that's turned into actual machine code by like my execution backend, which can be LLVM or crane lift, but it's only LLVM right now.
I would personally do it like if I have an IR, I would make it as like simple as possible, so it's really easy to make support it in different contexts.
The end result,
and then
of
the
compiler
can be more advanced. The compiler can be more advanced to support compiling to the very simple IR.
That's what's going on. In fact, I think this high level IR is actually going to be simpler than the final IR, at least in terms of like what it can do, because I completely removed like operators from it. There's only function calls, so there's like that's the only way to mutate data through this version of the intermediate representation is like there's a function call. Everything is a function call. Like two intrinsic functions, and then those intrinsic functions are... Oh wait, there is no light in my room right now. That's why my tracking is bugging out. Here, let me turn on one of my lights. If I can find the end of one of these cables. There we go. There we go. The hand tracking should be a lot more reliable now. Yes, significantly so. The sunset.
What do you have for the intrinsic functions?
I don't have any intrinsic functions at the moment. That's the current refactor that we're doing right at this moment. Or one of them. that's like the whole implementing traits is any operator for native types is going to be an intrinsic function. So like the definition of the trait for add for like an IA32, for instance, would be an intrinsic function. So when the compiler goes to generate intermediate, like the final intermediate representation for that, when it sees call this function, it does a quick lookup and says, hey, is this a intrinsic function, or the intrinsic function is part of whatever map of like all callable functions. And then when it hits that, it goes, okay, replace this with just the direct intermediate like command,
yeah,
like an add operation instead of a call operation. So that's actually the easiest part of this whole thing, is that like instead of calling a function, insert this. I just have to get all the grammar to the point where like it can support that.
Are you gonna have like Rust-like syntax in this scripting language?
I've essentially straight ripped the AST from the Rust compiler. Like I was referencing the Rust compiler source when I was doing this refactor.
Okay.
But we're not going to have lifetimes. That's one thing we're definitely not going to have. I am going to do a simple affine type system. So we'll like check to make sure you don't have overlapping mutable references. But it's going to, because of the boundaries of pipelines, it's going to be impossible for you to get into like super complex lifetime situations. So I don't think we're like the compiler, you're never going to be in a situation where screw you, Rust, I know this code is safe, just let me run it. Hopefully that's avoided.
Yeah.
While still giving like the I'm iterating a loop and I mutated the loop while iterating the loop and now everything is broken. It will like catch those cases, which is 90% of what I want mutable versus unmutable references for, or rather an affine type system for.
I think you already mentioned, but you were, at some point said that it's gonna take you this long to get like the language runnable or something.
When I said this long, how long was I saying?
I don't remember. Basically, I'm just asking how long do you think it will take for you to get like a hello world working?
Oh, like just a hello world working? I've already run like 2+2. I have that working. But like to an actual like the ability to print hello world, I'm not planning on actually having directly exposed IO. And for that I would also need like a string data type. And string data types are like, I don't have to make generics to get there, but like you kind of want to make generics to get there. So hello world is actually like, depending on how complicated you want to get, fairly far away, like a couple months.
So it's gonna be really tied into the Brane engine then.
Like the actual print function, yes, that will be like a Brane engine API thing.
Yeah.
My like little test environment probably will have like a simpler print function though. Like it probably will have like just an IO print thing. my spans just defined as a range at the moment? I think, yeah. I'm like looking at a bunch of code I wrote before for like the typed tree sitter abstraction, and I'm going, well, time to write all of this again, but with my new AST version.
Rip. Wait, do you use tabs instead of spaces?
Hmm?
Do you use tabs instead of spaces?
It should be set to spaces.
Okay.
At least anytime I've made the conscious decision between tabs and spaces, it's always been spaces.
That's good. Yeah, you're just using the 4 spaces, which is kind of cursed.
I wonder if it's a reference to AST lives for the same length as AST.
Anyway, it's getting late. I'm gonna go eat and stuff.
Alright, I was actually
It was super
thinking
cool hanging
something
out.
similar. But yeah, super cool seeing you as well. Good conversation.
I definitely want to check out Brane script at some point. It's super interesting for.
Yeah, I'll let you
everything
know
I'm
when
doing,
it's
like.
actually at a state where I'm willing to let people start not necessarily using it, but like bug fixing it, but like playing around with it. But yeah, I'll let you know.
Yep. That's cool.
Alright.
Alright.
See you around, man. Alright. Here, I will turn the music back up. Here. Check OBS. Oh, that's a little bit too loud. Maybe a little bit quieter. That should be good. Okay, yeah. My voice is peaking higher than the music. Actually, maybe a little bit quieter. Back to where it was before. Alright, diving straight back into where we were before. I need to figure out how to... Okay, cool. So we have... What am I using the context lifetime for? Source manager. I guess since I'm not grabbing source code in this instance, oh, that's a question of like, how do I format errors so that they're useful? Do I just pass code constructs to the error message instead of yeah. Oh, let me reposition the camera so it's in a better place too. Which, it wasn't very well positioned for that entire conversation, but it's alright. It's fine. We'll kind of put it like that. That looks cool. Okay, and yeah. So we have, I like having the lower error. do I need the source manager, or can I figure out a way to get errors to be generic enough that we can pretty print them? I might actually not anyhow error this. We should probably create a... We'll create a lowering error, which at some point we might create a trait implementation for making these pretty printable. Oh, I have caps lock on, that's why. So we have a lowering error. Which I'll have, yeah, 2 lifetimes here. We'll have the AST and the source that it references, which I'm only guessing I'll need those at the moment, but when we run into places where we would have AST errors, we'll actually define that. So I guess type that will be our error kind. We'll have a lowering error. We'll just call it error. This is our lowering error. Error kind, and this will be a result. Result T error kind. Oh, I have to put lifetimes on that, don't I? Hopefully I can find a non-lifetime version. Non-lifetime way to do this. Lifetimes aren't used. This is an error. I can live with those 2 errors just being there for now. So first we have a list of ASTs, which is a vector of modules. And no longer are we implicitly combining modules, so we don't have to worry about ever doing a stage where we do that. Actually, thinking about it, do I need to actually lower ASTs as one huge group of ASTs together? Or can I leave that for a later step? Because I don't need to verify types. Why is it complaining that... Okay, it was a ghost error. So we don't need to do we need to do a hash map of modules? I guess I could do a hash map of modules if I really wanted to. I guess we'll have output modules. And this will be of and this needs to be HIR module. And this, why? Oh, caps lock. Like, why is it acting this way? So we have a mutable. Oh, this should be a mutable reference to this hash map as well. And we don't need to result anything other than, I guess, unit. Actually, no. They're gonna keep this the way it was before, where we just output a batch of modules, and then we'll have a step where we just combine all the HIR modules. But we don't need to do multiple ASTs, so... What does current origin do? Oh, the current, like, URI. There were... I don't think we need a source manager. Nor do we need a... do I need a dialogue emitter? I think I do, yes. And then this dialogue emitter should have whatever context it needs, just contained within it to output dialogues. let me double check what this span is. It's the Chomsky simple span. But I could add extra context here. And this is essentially what I want. Just some ID representing the file path that the span relates to. So I should probably extend this span to be a source code thing. But I think for now, what I'll do is we'll have, instead of text source, let's make this a span. Let's see, which file is this in? Source mod.rx? Okay. I guess this could just be the span that we use for Chomsky as well. Do you have a website for Brane Engine? Might be useful to have it, only if it's a bunch of coming soon. I do. It's thebrane.org with the occasionally not working GitHub API. Because that API to grab these images is rate limited, and I don't have the ability to server-side cache on Cloudflare workers. At least not with the way that I made this as like a simple React site. But yeah, I have this, and then it also goes to the BraneScript GitHub site. And then I also have a very, very simple site for the actual like company that just goes to this page. So let me see, Chomsky spans. It's kind of funny, this like screenshot here isn't of Chomsky, but it's of one of its one of this guy's sister libraries for this. Aerodyne, which this is what prints out the fancy looking error messages, which completely don't work in editors. Like, if I do, yeah, my little like debug output here doesn't support all those special characters. So I'm guessing that will be a thing on other people's environments where they won't be able to support like the super fancy labeling. So I actually am still going to use Rust annotate. Oh, not that. The Rust annotate snippets. Which is this. Annotate. So much simpler formatting, but it achieves the same result. And this will show up in more terminals than this will. A lot more terminals than this will. That's my plans for that. Okay, and right, back to spans, which is why I originally opened those tabs. And there is a Chomsky span trait. Which I am going to implement for this type here. So we're just gonna do element span, specifically Chomsky span or span. Oh, I'm realizing that doesn't work. There we go. So self context is going to be a arc URI. And this is going to be just a reference to the source we got this from. And offset's going to be a new size, so actually, is simple span, is the member called range? Okay, they have start, end, and then context. Whereas I'm going the extra mile and having it in a standard operator range. This dude. I guess we can rename this to a range. Why slow? Rust. Do better. There we go. Then context. We just do self context or source. Are you going to be coding for the rest of the night? I am not sure. At some point, I was having some hunger pains, but then I drank water and they went away. So, at some point here, I will need to go eat something. Type checker, please tell me if these variables are real. Oh, this wants a copy. Wait, actually, does span require the oh, offset has to be cloned. Context doesn't need to be cloned. Okay. Or copy. Copy is a much harder thing to implement than clone. Okay, so I can now use this as a span inside of my parsers. So let's do this for tokens first. Oh, there it is. Public dependency. Huh? We'll implement it for a single span type, it's fine. Then we need this. We'll do token input for a vector of token. Do these need to be aware of the span state, or actually no, tokens have spans, so we just need to do span forces you to implement new. So for join spans, I can just do a context. And I can do a start min b start, a end max b end. Able to resolve self. Oh, this is a generic function. And can I enforce that span offset has min and max? Forward. Standard compare ord. Does that work? Can I just say offset is orderable? But did 2 arguments found 3? Oh, new takes a range. I guess that works. I think that works. That probably worked. And I think, well, now we need to go over to the Lexer. A token kind is defined. My LSP was literally able to find it. Super tokens. There's absolutely no reason this should not be able to find it, because we import tokens. Like all of this. Blatant import all. Mod nodes failed. That's the first one. That's over in AST land. Oh, that's why that wasn't giving me any errors. Type mismatch, resolving string as input. I need to figure out a way to map context. Watch any VR programming related YouTube channels? If so, favorites aside from Thrill Seeker and of course. Yeah, I'm a little bit biased in that perspective. Do I watch much VR content? I don't actually watch that much VR content anymore. It's kind of sad to realize. Aside from like the usual. I mean, in terms of coding channels, there's like a ton of different ones. There's a number of like, I've been watching a lot of conference talks and interviews recently. Not like the most exciting, but like Developer Voices is one. I think the WooCache podcast, I think that's how you say the name, is another one. That one's probably my favorite. Just a lot of like absorbing information at the moment. So how do I... Okay, so we take in source. Like a string. And then... This string doesn't have source context. So what I need to do for this is go into source. And implement source string. Microsoft build is soon apparently. Imagine if announced a retrieval of Windows Mixed Reality or replacement of it. Hopefully they put some focus back on VR as AI hype declines. Hopefully. I am scared that a lot of executives see VR in the same light as they do, like in the same light as they do all those other things. And unfortunately, like, AI does actually have utility. It's like out of like the VR / crypto / like all these different hype trains we've had in the past, like AI actually has utility. It does things, and like the money loves stuff that does things. Like, it doesn't, like, it's failing to do things. In a lot of ways, they're trying to make it do things. But at the end of the day, like, it, like, look, I have tabs open right now. Like, it does things. It affected everybody's lives. And then they're like, VR, what did VR do? Bulky headset, make face hurt. Cool for 2 seconds, then nobody buy our thing. Because our software bad. But don't tell them that. Actually, no, do tell them that. Or because their hardware bad. Like, why from any of the main... Why from anybody but Valve do I have to buy third-party straps to make it actually comfortable? Right, we are going to... Yeah. VR isn't as, I guess, eye-catching. It's kind of like... It's good enough at what it does that it's kind of mundane now, I guess. Like, there's less of a wow factor now that everybody's like, yeah, you can just go in and see stuff. And then they realize they don't actually like moving. What was I gonna do? Right, I was going to go... I guess tokens... Yeah. This trait right here. And the token is... The token, a string or a trait? Let's see. Input. Now let's see the implementations for string. Token is a char. So I'm actually going to yoink this. Then Why is this complaining? And couldn't find any function new. Here's this function new right here. It defines the trait. And I think yeah. No more bug. Now instead of source string, we say source string. And then that just magically fixes it. No, it doesn't. It should magically fix it, but it doesn't. Guess I have to implement slice input. range from is private. Well then, what does sliced input define as the needed argument? Well, it still has range from. Or sliced from. Oh, it's a standard ops thing. Range from do. Okay, I think that, well, for some reason that it keeps showing up as an error. Start. So it has start. Oh, wait a second. Is that how they implemented it? It is. Huh. I guess that's a slice from that point onwards. And does that fix all of that? Yes. No. String input is not satisfied. Okay. many definition. Okay, what is this complaining about still? Sealed is not implemented. Hello. I'm doing all right. Just dealing with Rust compiler things at the moment. Wonder what the Chomsky Steel class is. Or we can see the string input. Let's be sealed. Oh, sealed is a Rust thing. This is going to take a moment to figure out. And string. Str input. And this uses sealed trait. Trait is sealed because future versions of Chomsky might place extra requirements upon inputs that implement it. So I just can't do string input. Okay. Which means over here, what is grapheme? Unicode. I mean, I do kind of want to be able to support Unicode. Come on, I just wanted to add context to the thing. But like, why steal a trait? Because, oh no, we're gonna break the API in the future. Okay, cool. When I update, I'll fix it. Okay, fine. Instead of overriding the input type, which is what I would really prefer to do. Instead, what we'll have is what we had before. Just that, but it's going to error. And then somewhere in here, there it is. Right in here, we need to upgrade this span. Oh wait, is there a parser with context? Can I set the context of the parser? So there's the input, output, error. Is parse with state, extra state. Error state. Okay. We could put context. Instead of passing in this, error. State and then or default state. Is there just a context and error? No, just full. Oh, default state is just unit. Okay. State is that. And then our context is going to be a URI. Parser context. And here we do e dot context clone. And that is where we'll inject the source of the text into not infer type. It's a span. It's a simple span. It's right there. Oh, wait. Super nodes, unresolved import. So it's still on that unresolved import. I can just say offset equal use size there. Cannot infer type. Why can't it infer type? Some annotation to true array. Oh, annotation. Annotation. Wait. Oh, that's later on. There's state, context, and full. Specify all extra type. Like context should be fine. Lifetime A for context. Oh wait, S span. So that's the error type. Currently correct full. S is state. Cannot infer type. Span is simple span. How do I type annotate this? map with you. Does that tip it off? Oh. The input is string, and then the error is rich. And that should completely eliminate any inference on the E type or the E value. I mean, I bet it's not having trouble inferring that. Oh, wait. There are errors in this. Which means takes less time to do compiler, like run the command line, than it does to wait for the LSP to check up. Cannot infer that. You cannot infer type its clone. Extra context, which I'm pretty sure I set. Alright, I am now directly telling it what I expect this to be, so hopefully it's now able to figure that out. There we go. No errors. It was able to compile it correctly, which means we get to move on to tokens. Tokens tree. have to make it an option. It has to be an option. Now for the AST, making sure that we propagate source data all the way through. I might have to do another join spans implementation, but aside from that, just one of those. That should immediately fix the majority of the problems. Oh, hello.
Hello.
How goes it?
Good. Is this where everyone else is, or
No,
it's
this
just
is me.
existing?
This is me in a bunker streaming. So, say hi to camera, by the way.
Oh. And I'll re-request off of Chase. Because...
Yeah, I might join up later, but I'm probably gonna like dip to eat something after I finish streaming here.
Fair enough.
Alright, hopefully that fixes all of this ban information. Ban which source ban does not like the copy rate. Ah. Wait, which file is this in? Master RS, which is the file I thought I was in. Oh, this is the Lexer. Oh, is that the only error? Maybe. Tree RS still has errors? Alright, and now I need to figure out a way to parse Lexer with context. So we'll go to... Wait. I guess I'm doing cargo check for the entire project. I was like, how did it find that? Sourced in sources. Who's manager gets stored? Oh wait. By passing sourced here. Oh, I want parsed with context. Does that work? Or do I have to shift this turbofish syntax? Oh, do I have to do CLI as clap parser? Parse.
Hey, yo.
Nope.
Jump scare? Back jump scare?
Kinda. Screens were covering your entrance, and come on, let me turn. Oh, it's the camera. I'm always like, I always forget that I have the camera on flying mode, and then I'm not able to move, and it like freaks me out. I'm like, ah.
Are you still live streaming?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm getting
For the
on to hang
moment.
out with folk. And yeah, I don't want to interrupt you if you're still like live streaming.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna hop off for a bit and grab some food as soon as I get what I'm currently working on working, and then I might hop back on. I'm tempted to.
This door is evil.
I think only one of the doors opens. I don't think any of the others do.
Yeah. Well, just wanted to stop. This is like a train car.
But yeah, I will probably drop back by.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. That will be greatly welcome if you do decide to do that. But yeah, all right. We will get out of your hair. We gotta find a place to go.
I'll probably join up in
Follow-
like 45 minutes or so.
All right, I'm gonna find an instance and then invite, or you can join me in and I'll invite Chase.
Well,
See what we
Chase
got.
is doing his own thing. I
He
figured
is?
this out after sending him 3 invites and then him finally DMing me.
Aw, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's fine though.
This one, oh,
I mean, at the very least, you, Kate, and I can hang out and chat for a bit.
yeah.
Dude, what is? Oh, this is because. No, wait. I don't.
Hmm?
Parsing AST parser, which is from AST builder, which returns AST. What do I pass into? Oh, I passed get span into this. Which means it needs the token type, which in the case of this is a token tree. Oh, this is trying to get a simple span. And I want to span. That's what's going on. Can I navigate? Can my editor work at all, please? into range. Oh, this probably wants a range. No, that wants a span. Est is range. Okay. I'm pretty sure ranges are clone, right? They are not. Expected function pointer found closure. What do you mean? 133. This one. Comparison operators cannot be chained. Huh? I just have to explicitly turbofish operator that. I thought I didn't have to turbofish operator that. Cannot satisfy as parser extra. where context is default. Wait. Context has default. How do I parse with context? It's not default. Consider specifying the generic argument. Oh, this is because I moved it out of the scope, isn't it? And if I move it back in, all will be fine. Yep. Cannot infer the type parameter E declared on the trait parser. Aren't I pretty clear, like, when I do Lexter? Like, I'm pretty sure I define it right there. But I guess that's too deeply nested for it to infer it. Maybe. Why does it have error as a placeholder? Rich underscore. It like should fully be able to find this type, right? Okay. Simple stuff, man. Oh. This is complaining because the span type was different. Is expecting this. Ah. What do you mean it still can't figure out what it wants? This rich char cannot satisfy. Do I really need to make a URI?